Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Sakimi-chan, and this turn's voiceover, I'm going to try to finish the sketch that I started 2 months ago. Yes, it's been that long, but yeah, we're here, and I'm going to try to finish. As you can see, I have already started on this. So, so, um, So I got the sketch and I roughly locked down the separate elements of the character and roughly applied color to her, and so now I'm going to be showing you the process of refining and such. But as you can see, there's still a lot of work to be done. Also for the background, I'm not sure if I'm gonna incorporate photo stocks just yet. For the background, I just had a simple gradient of white and black. But yeah, this character, she is Sirius, from Azure Lane, and this is her Azure Horizon skin, which is it's a little complex, the design near here, so I did a very rough sketch of it. But yeah, let's get started on this. And just going to remove the hands so that I can focus on the torso only, because it is quite complicated. And hopefully I will be able to keep the general feel of her posture, because I actually quite like it. So let's get started. I think I had in mind to paint her for Christmas, I think, but I did not end up painting her, so I'm gonna try to finish the sketch now. But yeah, let's get started with the character. Her design is quite spicy, but that's nothing new to me, so I'm gonna start by blocking in some of these shapes. It's a little complicated. It's a lot of, let's just say a lot of I'm going to start blocking in some of them. There's a lot of detail that goes into just this area in general, so I want to try to make sure I get it right. Okay, it's kind of hard to get a close-up shot of what it really looks like. Okay, I'm going to line the color. And I'm usually pretty good with details, just kind of hard to find a reference with. I guess I'll go with this. And I suppose there's 2 tabs here, and the rest is supposed to be transparent. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit of skin tone. Just using it as a guide and stuff. Oh gosh. Okay. This part in the reference I'm using is dark. And the rest is transparent. Get some design here, which I'll flush out later. So most of it is gold. Why isn't that? Oh, okay, there we go. Gold. This white ribbon. And guess the lace goes all the way around her like this, or the transparent fabric. Oh, yeah, it's pretty confusing. I'm getting confused. Okay. This part is actually pretty thin, so I'm gonna have to draw the chest out a bit. So cut this part. Okay. Let's make this part white. I kind of want to make it a little bit of a navy color. Now I'm just trying to fix the design a bit. It just drapes down, which I'll do that later. Okay, I'm just trying to clean up the area. Let's go ahead and align that, or shade that. So I have the lighting for this piece in particular coming from below. I'm just going to subtly blend in the chest. Gonna go here. Add some more shadow around this area. Add a bit of highlight here. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the spacing a bit. I didn't quite like the setting from my brush. I had to restart my computer and update my Cintiq drive, so the brush sensitivity for me feels slightly unusual, so I'm trying to get used to it. But yeah, I'm also trying to correct the shape for the chest. Make it a little more trying to make it a bit more natural looking, I guess. I probably need to move this boob over a bit. Trying to kind of move this whole part over, and then we have her dress. I'm gonna add the wrinkle. I had in mind to make her dress somewhat translucent, but we will see. If it looks good, then I will do that. If not, then I'll make it I won't make it too translucent. Maybe I can make it just a little bit. But yeah, there's the gold design. So for gold trimming and such for outfit, I usually like to start off with a dark base and then use a lighter yellowish tone to add in highlights and such. I think that is the easiest way to create the gold texture in pieces. So her dress is embedded with various gold designs. I guess I won't stick to it too closely, but I will be adding some design here and there. She's got a rose design here. I'm just gonna put a blob. I'm going to refine it later on. I do want to keep her dress fairly loose like that. She's got gold trim alongside her dress as well. So I guess I'll try to make her dress a little more sheer, but at the same time with a satin feel. So emphasizing the wrinkles, especially in stress points, is a pretty big characteristic of satin material. And yeah, just gonna emphasize those nice folds on the cloth. And okay, maybe not that wrinkly. I'm gonna find her belly button. It's probably here. Gonna paint a bit of the anatomy in there. Gonna go ahead and add the shadow here. And let's see. I'm going to increase the silhouette for the leg. There we go. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this, copy paste, bring it to the other side so that I can have a guide to how the other side is supposed to look. Maybe I'll kind of warp it to the shape of the side. And after I do that, I'm going to go ahead and paint the skin for the chest for the side. Merge down. Let's go ahead and flip. So by flipping, it just helps with kind of making sure that everything is going well, nothing is lopsided and whatnot, because that's very easy for an artist to get used to one side and therefore cannot see if anything is wrong. So by flipping, it refreshes our points of views for the most part, and it helps. But sometimes it really doesn't help too much, because at that point, gotta take a break from the piece. That's why I've been trying to work on multiple pieces at once. So I will designate like every 3 hours or 2 hours I switch, work on another piece so I don't get too used to one piece. Let me clean that up. This part is crooked. This part probably needs to be a bit more over here. Yeah, it's pretty messy. Yeah, my tablet drive is acting funny. Okay, so let's do this shoulder. I can also sort of refine it a little and add additional details. Gonna go with a dark shadow. We got the bone for the shoulder. This side is kind of too low right now. I'm going to have to make it a bit taller. Or lower the shoulder a bit. Could go ahead and paint the shoulder anatomy. Blend that in. I'm going to merge down. I'm gonna go into multiply so that I can actually go ahead and add some shadow throughout the whole area here. So the shadow, my light source, yes, my light source is coming from below, so shadow's gonna be towards the upper area. Go here. Make it a little darker. And then have the lighting towards the bottom. And up here, let's go for let's go for this color. This is gonna be like the rim light of the shadow. I'm gonna treat it that way. Let me go ahead and actually darken this whole area. Copy paste. Auto contrast. I just made it lighter. I need it to be darker. Once it's darker, I can start layering on the highlights a bit easier. Before it was a bit too bright, so there wouldn't have been enough contrast. Going to the chest, upper area is shadowed, lower area is highlight. So that's gonna be the general pattern. At the same time, I'm just going to clean stuff up at the same time as well. Okay, so for the hips here, take a bit of this. Let's take some of the color up here, bring it down. Add some highlight there. Just to, kind of go with the whole highlight for the rest of the area. So that is next step. Merge down. Let's auto contrast. That is very intense. Let's wait for it. Wait a bit more. The hip is quite protruded over here. I wonder if I should lower it a bit. Just make it a bit more subtle and add a bit more hip here. As well as fixing the legging for it. And cleaning up the silhouette as well. So this is gonna be our torso layer. So this part is still kind of messy that I need to refine a bit more. Let me just select this whole area going to liquefy. Just going to adjust it a bit to make it more balanced. Try to make it as straight as possible. Click OK. Out of contrast and okay, let's work on the head slightly. So I have the hair, kind of on a separate layer, I guess. Actually, I don't think I have the hair on a separate layer, but I would like to have it on a separate layer. So I guess I will cut the hair and plop it onto its own layer. I've been doing that recently. Before I used to just keep the face and the hair in their individual layer. I mean, in the same layer. So with that done, I'm going to clean up the face. So I'm actually not sure if I wanna go with a anime look or a semi-realistic look. Hopefully I can do a bit of both. You know, sometimes when I do anime faces it works out, sometimes it doesn't, so I'll just have to see if this works out or not. Let's go ahead. Oh, wait. Let me go ahead and apply some rough highlights for the hair and slowly. I'm gonna have to be pretty careful with it. I'm gonna have to make sure that it is similar to the hairstyle. So her hairstyle is needs a bit more work. This is very rough. It's just a rough guide of where I'm gonna have the hair, which will surely change because the front bang is not in the right spot. It's supposed to be a little bit more centered. Once I have that onto the face, trying to make it a little thinner. Then I have the eyebrows. Actually, we recommend drawing the eyes on a separate layer, which I did not do, because if you have it on a separate layer, you can kind of play around with it and stuff. Need to look at the official art a bit closer. Alright, she looks pretty innocent. She's got that baby face, so gonna give her a baby face then. Oh. Make the head a bit smaller. Just a little bit. And she's got pinky red eyes. Fill the whites of the eyes. And then the pupil. So I'm going to refine the eyes a little later. Going back into the hair now. To refine. And go back in, line the eye some more. And then lower lashes. Some upper lashes, lower lashes. Wanna see if I can make her look up a bit more and add a bit of pink hue and then a bit more red-ish. Make it a little darker. So right now the eyes I gave her is a little too fierce, so I have to reduce the angle or drag it down a little, give her the droopy anime look. Add a bit of eyeliner. So I'm gonna go into multiply actually. Make her face a little darker. Actually, let's go with a bluish tone. So that we can gradually add highlights back in underneath the eyebrows, underneath the eyes, add a bit of pinky tone. The nose, I might have to lighten that. Right now she's looking very ominous. Is that the right word for it? Like dark. Let's go ahead, give her like a cute little mouth. Guess her eyes should be... No, it's too up. Okay. Rotate. Going to the hair layer, remove bits of it. And play around with the hair. So now it's time to kind of play around with a bunch of stuff. Let's go ahead. Gonna play around with where her pupils are. Just go ahead, give her a little O, mouth. That's the hand gesture, so something that fits that. Cut, put it on the face. Bring the head up a bit even, because I think that looks better. Let's go ahead and make her, actually no, keep it dull like that. Add a bit of blue tone, and then let me see, I can emphasize the contrast of her eyes, make it a little more colorful. And then do the lips. Alright guys, so we're nearing the end of this voiceover. As you can see, worked on the face just a little bit to bring her, pretty much play around with the proportions of the face to make it as close as I can to the anime vibe, but still with a semi-realistic rendering. And I'm gonna show you guys a trick that I use often when it comes to kind of like gold items, because she does have a gold rose. So instead of painting it, I'll show you guys what I would most likely do. So first, gotta find a good rose photo. So I'm just gonna go ahead and okay, let's use this photo right here. So this is a pretty good photo because the background is black, which means you can remove it very easily just by selecting it. Magic selecting tool. So we have the rose isolated. I'm gonna put it on her head. Warp it, resize it. It's supposed to be at the corner. And like this, actually. Okay, let me go ahead and darken it up. So this rose is already pretty much very close to the gold color. So what I would do next is go to gradient map, alt down to constrain it to this layer only, and then this is a custom gold filter that I made. As you can see, it did turn the rose gold. However, let me see if I can invert this. So it kind of does a good base, I would say. Oh, actually this one looks better. So these are presets that I've made. Basically, you can add toggles by pressing and then select the color. And this is one of my presets, and I think, ooh, cool, okay. I think that, okay, I think that this is pretty close to a gold as I'm gonna get without the color, but it does have the gradient. So once I have that, have the gradient, I'm gonna go ahead and pick a yellow color, put this layer on color, and make it yellow. So basically this is usually what I would do to speed things up. Take a photo, apply this filter over it, a gold kind of filter as close as I can get, merge it down, and after merging down, we go back in to kind of add some additional detail to make it look a little bit matching the art a bit more, and also apply some highlight and stuff. And that's pretty much how I sometimes do gold objects, just using a photo, apply a bit of filter on top, go back into paint paint, and it's gonna make your process a lot faster because you've already got a base. You can just pick and choose the color that's already there and just have to add some additional rendering to make the item look painted and also fit the lighting a bit better, pretty much. So yeah, that's an easy way of doing it, and I did it in like 5 minutes. If I were to render this from start to finish, it probably take a bit longer. So it's shortcuts like those that's gonna save you time. And yeah. I see my upper colleagues, I guess more experienced concept art while I was working full time. They do something similar, so I picked that up from there. And they always say if you can achieve your results faster, then do it no matter what. Well, not no matter what, but like within reason. Photos are pretty much a important tool for concept artists because it gets your idea across in as fast as you can, basically. And the faster you get your ideas out there, the more ideas you can kind of pitch, and because oftentimes, you gotta do a few variations for the director to look at, and the director can pick one and then go from there. I'll just say that, oh my gosh, my time working at as a concept artist, there has been some stuff that I did not like. I'm not someone who likes to go over the same piece over and over again, which did happen in the concept art job that I was doing. So basically spent like a few months on, actually not a few months, probably a few weeks to like 1 or 2 months working on one single character, trying to pick a design and then go back and forth, and it was pretty draining mentally. So I guess that's one side of the concept art job that might happen depending on the direction, of course. So yeah, that was something I did not like. But yeah, this technique pretty useful, I would say. Whatever you can do to get things done as fast as you can. I'm gonna go ahead, constrain a layer over it, graze it with a pale color. Just gonna try to add a bit of atmospheric color and to kind of take away the intensity of the color towards that side. Okay, after that I'm just going to do the ribbons and just going to make it sway a little. Not too much to the ribbons, just a standard line, and adding some shadow over it. Duplicate this, maybe like tilt it a little. And there is the hair accessory. And of course, we have to put some drop down shadow so that it does not feel too floaty. So let's go ahead, using the lasso tool to help me add it quickly. Just adding the shadow under the clip, and also gotta add shadow from the rose onto the strap. There. And that concludes the character portion. Probably gonna do some more off camera as always, just to make it pretty and stuff. For the those of you who want this as background and whatnot. So now working on the drape. So for the drape, I'm going to be using a lot of lasso tool and airbrush. It's basically just going in, add some highlight and shadow. Using the lasso tool to help me make a clean fold here. Go here, add in highlight, inverse, add highlight in the center, and just going to darken this area. Let me clean it up as well. It's still a little messy, but you can kind of see it starting to come together just a little bit more blended. Oh yeah, before that I wanted to see if I can kind of add a little bit of it, like a little bit over the hand. So I just painted the silhouette of it overlapping the shoulder and the arm. So in order to make this look a bit more realistic, I'm gonna add some wrinkles coming from the fabric here, and shadow as well. And I'm just going to line the seam of the fabric so that it looks like it's got some thickness. Go back here, refine the hand, refine the way the fabric reacts to the hand now. Make sure the thumb is outside. Oh, hold on. Thumb is outside. And make sure that there is plenty of folds or converging lines towards the area where the hand is kind of pulling at the fabric, using a very tiny airbrush to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and make the shoulder a little more apparent. Okay, Okay, after I get the fabric kind of more or less onto the hand, go back, let's fabric overlay, name that layer, go back here, and paint the back view of that fabric there, and just going to layer it, back view of this side, and layer it. Just going to erase a bit of that to make it translucent. And I'm going to go ahead and clean up the silhouette as well. Let's go ahead and make this kind of extend downwards onto this drape right here. Delete, and of course clean up the rest of the fabric. I will paint a little bit of the back fabric over this one here to make it a point that it is transparent fabric. And I'm just gonna add some highlight here. Try to, in general, blend it in. Zoom out here. It's getting there. Let's go ahead and actually I'm going to cut this part, put it behind it, or have it separate. I think this will be easier for me to work from, and then from there use a bit of the background color, start adding some ripples or folds to the fabric. Gonna add a bit of highlight to this part, bring this down, and I'm gonna try to make it look like this is being draped upwards while this one is draping this way. Let's bring it up a bit more, highlight it a bit more, delete, bring this up, going to cinch down that side a bit more so that it's more apparent that it's folding on itself. I mean folding under this part. And then I'm going to take the eraser tool and kind of just erase a little bit of it, bring in a bit of the background element, and continue on this part into the overlapping portion. And after, add a bit more highlight onto this section, and then using the lasso tool again, add highlight here. There. And after, erase it a bit more. Go select this whole part, go to adjustment brightness, make it brighter. Just trying to create some interesting contrast here. So that is that for that portion. Go back to the main drape layer. I'm just going to refine it slightly. Block it, lock it down, add a bit of gradient. Go select the inner part of the drape. I'm going to add a brighter color. And then select over here, just follow through on that, the line from the back drape, bring it into the overlapping drape, just to keep that transparent look. So we gotta paint a bit of the background elements into the drape that is on top, pretty much. Delete, delete. Okay, I think that should do it. I'm just gonna clean this up a bit more. Oh my. Zoom in here. Clean this. Lock it in. Let's use a bit of the blue that I already got on the glove and just bring it into the overlapping drape. After that, select that drape and can increase the contrast. I guess this is okay. Copy paste. Increase the intensity. I just want to make sure this drape right here is apparent. So yeah. Add some wrinkles in here, very soft. Lower the opacity, merge down. Drape to drape. Now that we have finished that side, rotate it. Onto this side, so let's keep it up. Oh wait, I want to add a bit of blue tone in here. And onto this side. So I'm trying to see which part I should make brighter. Let's test out the inner areas, make that brighter. Okay, that's not too bad. I kind of like it bright there. Remove a bit of that highlight in here. And as for this, I'm just going to erase a bit of it. Go back into paint the highlighted part. It's looking a little muddy. Let me just erase a bit of it, merge down. I'm going to add a bit of blue toning here, plus a bit of the skin tone. Let's go ahead and go ahead and start blend that in, erase a bit of it, copy that part again, make it brighter. Now on a new layer, I just want to kind of refine the overlapping fabric here. Again, same thing, just adding some folds here and there. Switch to airbrush, erase a bit of it. Extend the other portion here, other fold over. Let me delete, clean up while I'm at it. There. Go ahead, refine this side now. Okay, so I'm going to clean this up and also imply a bit of the fabric in the background and back. Back with the highlight, using the lasso tool to help me isolate different areas. So I refined it a bit. Gonna go back in with the erase tool and erase parts of it. And then I'm gonna go here, copy paste, make it bright, and then erase a bit of it. This kind of just implies another drape in the background. Go back to, okay, merge down. I think that should do. This part needs to be a little darker. I have to make sure that some of them are darker than others so that there could be a nice contrast. Let's remove, delete this whole chunk. Oh. So it can be a bit clearer, this fabric is tucked behind. There. I think I want this fabric part to be a lot brighter. And just going to actually maybe I can do it like add a bit of brightness on the other side. Like that. Or actually no, it doesn't work. Okay, well I guess I'll keep it like that. So yeah, that's the drape. And I try to make, actually this part I would like it to be a little brighter. Really trying to get that contrast across. Probably make that part also a little brighter. There we go. So there we have the drape. Hopefully that complements the character. I think that should do it. Maybe I will where's the branches? The sakura branches. Bring some like towards the bottom area to fill in the space. I just want to make sure that she's framed nicely. Can make it darker so that it focuses on her a bit more. Kind of like an arrow pointing to her, as you can see. That's usually what I try to do. Kind of have the composition point to the character. But yeah. So that concludes this voiceover. Probably spend maybe double the time as I recorded this on this piece on the elements I did not record, but thank you again for listening. I hope you guys have a great day or night, and I'll see you guys in the next one. And yeah, have a great day guys, and yeah, see you guys. Have a great day or night. Alright, need some extensive work on her face. Let's go work on the hair a bit more. I'm going to just refine it just a bit more. Fixing the shape. And also add a tiny bit of purplish tint in. Add a bit of blue on top. I need a definite light source. Let's go with a bit of beige. Okay, so she's got hair tucked behind her ears, so what I'm gonna do now is have the bangs on a separate layer. It looks kind of weird. Back hair and hair, front hair, so that I can go ahead and give her ears so you can see her ears. Guess you can only see it from one side. And this gives me the opportunity to also fix her face a bit more. Maybe not like that. Take the face, bring it down a bit. Let's move it over. Bring in a bit of warm tone in here. Gonna merge down and gonna add another bit of warm tone. At the nostrils. Highlight on top. Highlight under the eyes. That's kind of where I like to put a bit of shadow, you know. A little bit of eye bag looks good, in my opinion. And just basically fixing the face. And also probably work on the eyes a bit. Guess she's not really smiling the official. Get double eyelid going. Her eyes are kind of gradient-like, so gonna try to do that. So as you can see, the face is pretty much single tone, so going back to kind of give the face some other tones beside beige, so I'm gonna have to add some more reddish tones, maybe near the cheeks and such, and then some what's this called, greenish hue, especially I would say Asian skin tone. They got more of that hue. Me being Asian, I see it on my tone all the time, so and also on paler skin tone they have that sometimes a bit of a like a greenish hue. Green, blue, purple, and beige usually. There's a blend of those skin tones. So yeah, so I'm just airbrushing some areas, you know, blending her face. I want it to look soft, and even this probably won't be it, because I think there's still a lot to work on the face. I would like to make the face a little longer. And actually the eyes a little smaller too. Just this eye. Copy paste. Make it just a little bit more compact. And let me see if I can bring a bit of that anime thick eyeliner look in here. I'm not sure how it'll look. Let's just try it out. Probably not, but not so sure. I'm just trying to go kind of use a bit of the style in the official art in here. Like she's got very thick eyeliner and some very defined bottom lashes. Maybe if I remove the pupils. Let's go with, you know what, we can go with an in-between. So actually in between of before and after. So I'm gonna take a bit of the old version, slap it onto the new version, warp it a little so that it fits, and reduce opacity. So yeah, let's go with this version. Let's see. Just want to see how it would look with different angles to the face. So for her hair, I'm gonna place it behind the shoulder layer, and let's go ahead and block in the rest of the hair from behind. Time to flip the canvas now. Flip the canvas. Just notice how this side is a little bit too big, so I'm just going to remove that. So now that I have that done, go back to the body layer. Actually, I would like to just extend the canvas slightly. I usually do this quite a bit. There. Gotta clean up a few areas after. I'll do that later. For now, back here, move it up a bit. So over here it's quite hair heavy. I'm gonna bring the hair onto this side a bit more just to balance it out. And in fact, there's quite a bit of layers. Quite a bit of layers on this side, so I just selected a batch of hair, added highlight, inverse the selection so that I may add shadow underneath. This is only a quick guide because then I'm going to render it a bit more, but having the guide of where the batches are is good. Probably layer a couple more hair details later. I'm going to also add some more in the back there. Clean that up a bit. There we go. And then onto the neck, which is quite important. So finally get to render that a bit. Color that. add the shadow. Let's select this color. There. Okay. What I'm gonna do now, I've been thinking, cut that. I'm just gonna bring it a little lower. Kinda trying to match the other side, the other shoulder. Flip it so that I can make sure that it is in the right angle and whatnot. Okay, so now that that's done, we can continue to refine and stuff. The shoulder is probably a little too protruded though. Maybe erase it a bit. Where is the arm? Okay, that's the arm layer. You know what? I'm just gonna cut the shoulder and have it on a separate layer, cause that way I can edit. There. Now I can play around with this area. There. And then I can have the hand over here. Oops. Actually, in fact, this will need to be drawn a little bit over like this, or in order for the hand to kind of align and stuff. Add some more shadow here, and then some more highlight towards the bottom area under the shoulder. Okay, let me see what her arm looks like. Okay, she's got nothing on her arm, just skin with no additional details. Actually, she is wearing white gloves, so put this down a little. Move her arm just a bit. And tilt. I got the thumb and the little fingers. Let's go ahead and align it. Thumb, tendon, arm tendon. And then the rest of the arm. I'm not sure if the elbow's gonna show. I think it'll probably show a little bit if I move it up a bit. But yeah, this is the general shape of the arm, which will need to be refined further. But yeah, I'm trying to keep the shading fairly even. Not gonna have too much contrast just yet. Arm. Where's the other arm? Okay, here it is. So I can put both arms in one layer now. And she's got gloves on both hands. some of the detail for the arm going. And gonna line the gloves. Something like that. Probably bring this up a bit, or I guess I can keep it there. And for this one, bring it down a bit. And then for the face, what is it? Okay, for the face, oh. Gonna make it a little longer. Tilt. Trying to see what is the best angle for her head. Let's go for this. Delete. Let's rotate. Just trying to keep an eye on the anatomy and whatnot. Go ahead and play with the shoulder here a bit. Maybe I should have it tucked in a bit more. And then make the hair go down. Make the head a little lower. The face needs to be a bit lower too, I think. Bit lower. Just kind of fixing the eye shape so that it matches. Have the face a little lower, tilted downward. Gotta remove those nostrils then if it's like if she's looking down and all, right? And then as for the hair, needs to be brought down as well. And of course gotta fill in the spot back here. Same thing. I'm gonna go and just do a quick highlight around the top. And we have shadow here, shadow here. Gonna establish some layers to the hair. Also, probably will need to show the upper part of the head as well if I want to do that view. Tweak around with the hair a bit. Oh, wait. No! Back hair. gotta play around with the back hair. And then back to this face. So I'm gonna have one ear show, and I guess the other ear's kind of hidden behind. Maybe I can have a bit of this shown. Just so it feels like, you know, she's face front center with her head. Back to the body layer. Let's go with a multiply. Shadow it up. Okay. Actually I want to see what if I made the head a little bigger. Bit bigger, and the back hair a little bigger too. Maybe just a little longer. Bring it down a bit, and it would look if I brought the shoulders up a bit. Wait, where's the shoulder? There it is. Bring it up. That means bring this part up as well. Like that. And bring the arms up. Kind of like that. I'm just trying to balance everything out, and what I'm gonna do, let's have the legs on a separate layer. I'm literally putting everything on their own layer. This way it's a lot easier to kind of edit and stuff. So I can make the chest maybe a little smaller, I don't know. Trying to paint like not too thick. I have a habit of painting really thick, but you know, I'm trying to see if I can make the character. Actually, you know what? The character itself is quite thick, so I shouldn't be too worried about that. But yeah. Get the leg. Oh, that's why it's acting weird. Normal. There. And I'm just gonna go ahead and color that in. Okay, I think that this is a pretty good base for this. Oh no, I didn't do it. I did not do steps. Oh well. I guess this will be our first step. Okay. I'm trying to do something different with the rendering. Still not sure which direction I'm trying to take it. Let's go with a pink. You see, I want to try to go for like a hue. Like a, maybe that might be a bit too. Usually I tend to go for like a blue because that is the. I like the blue neutral hue. Probably go with this. Maybe I should be adding some photos after all. Anyhow. Okay. Alright guys, so we're back, and as you can see, I decided, you know what, I'm gonna try it with somewhat of a background element, not just a simple gradient, see how it does. So this is what I came up with. As you can see, this is the low-res version of the stock that I use, which hopefully after I render out the character I'll like it, and then I'll get the high-res version. But for now I'm just gonna use the sample. So I did quite a bit of stuff. I'm gonna take you guys through it. It's a bunch of layers, so like 99% of my backgrounds are usually all photos, and then I paint over, try to merge it together. So this is the first photo. Get some editing with color balance, multiply, red floor, added a bit of petals, another photo stock, and then I applied some intense lighting because I wanted to block out the background. And lantern 1, 2, this is another Adobe stock that is, it's just a bunch of sakura. I tried putting some sakura stock, but it didn't work out, so I decided to use it as a texture instead. So yeah, and then lantern number 3 plus 2 sakura, which is also Adobe stock. It's still got a trademark. I just need it for just to see how it looks with the sakura by the side, trying to create somewhat of a frame for the character. And then it got the intense lighting here on screen. In normal it looks like this, so put it back on screen, and then we have, I'll probably lower the opacity. Then I have another edit, color balance. Oh, let me see what it is. Color balance, just trying to see if trying to change up the color a little, just a little bit, to see how it looks. And finally the character. So yeah, that is the background. Flip it. Okay, that's not too bad. So yeah, that is the background. Hopefully it works out, but you know, I usually have low hopes of that. Usually my backgrounds are hit and miss, and a lot of times I have to redo a couple of times. But yeah, this is what I have for the background. And now that we have a background, I think it's easier for me to visualize what type of lighting I want to render the character out as. Also, I would like to bring this light down a bit. How'd that look? Not sure. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Okay, so now that I have the background, I can do a little more with the character. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this layer on normal, which means that whatever filter I apply within this group will not be applied to the background. So it will only apply to the character, because now I'm gonna go in and start editing a little. So first, I would like for the character to be a little, let's say a little darker, and gradually have rim light around her. So the lighting is gonna be, for the most part, coming from the side or the silhouette of the character instead of above. But then again, I might add some lighting above as well later on, but I would like to focus most of the lighting from the two sides, from around. It's going to color balance, and let's go for like this color first. And I'm gonna see, maybe I will focus most of that towards the bottom. Like that. And erase a bit of the finger. So, oh shoot. Ooh, that's cool. Or I can do this. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what type of lighting I want to go for. Ooh, that's cool. That might be a bit too much. That's too yellow. Mid-tone. Highlight. Let's go for... Let's go for this. I want the lighting to come from outside. Using the mask to help me sort of block in certain areas and stuff. And oh, hold on. Then go to soft light. So soft light, focus on these areas. The area that is pretty much the outer rim of the most closest to the background element. It's kind of hard to explain. And then do that again. Let's go for trying to make it more neutral. Color in the mask. And then I'm going to apply the blue towards the upper part of the character, so on the upper area. Blue, blue, get a bit of blue there. For this, let's add blue here. Probably not there actually. Here. Nope, not there. I guess just up here then. Open that up. actually not super into this. I think I should be adding this over here. Oh, delete that and then make it brighter. Whoa. Actually, you know what? Go back to this. Copy, paste. So I need to copy this layer onto here. So how I'm gonna do that? Go into Alt, press the layer. I'm gonna copy the mask. Go to onto this layer mask, and then voila, I applied it. And then make it a bit more intense. So it's a lot of stuff, a lot of editing going on here. Basically, I literally replaced my old render. Because of that, the background now needs to be a little different because I think that should do. Because now I have to make sure the hair stands out, so the background needs to be darker. Go back here. Oh, go back here so that I can edit. Wonder what type of highlight I want. I guess I'll just have it like that. Have it intense here. And then have the shadow all the way on the wrist, on the other part of the hair. I'm just gonna select the area where I'm going to make the hair a little darker. And that is that. So this is gonna be my rough shadow guide, plus I would like for the back of the hair to be highlighted, so I have a nice rim light in the back of the hair. Let's put that in color dodge, I guess. So just a guide to help me visualize kind of what I want the final render or the vibe to be. So yeah, I'm gonna go onto the shoulder. We kind of clean that up a bit. I guess I'll just have it on the shoulder itself. And maybe I'll have a little bit on the chest. On this one chest, maybe? That might be a bit too intense. Alright guys, we're back. So, didn't really do too much. I just added a couple more effects. I think these are all add-ons. Basically, a bit more kind of tweaking around with the colors and whatnot. Also the background, I made the background a little bit darker just to kind of complement this drastic changing lighting. So as you can see, this is what I meant by I had to put this folder into normal mode, otherwise the edit all the effects will apply onto the background as well. If I put it path through, as you can see, it went onto the background. So if I put this back to normal, all the special edit, like these ones, not including the manually painted on effects, only applies to the group that I have over here. So now that I have that, so this is before and after. Yes, I know it's quite drastic. Maybe I can lower it a little bit. So here comes the difficult part, which I will not be recording all this process, but basically I have all these layers. So what I would have to do is duplicate this to each one of these layers and merge down. I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna be doing, which I'm gonna do off camera after I show you guys what I'm gonna do. So take all of these. Oh wait, how do I select all of it? Press shift, was it? Okay, press shift, bring it down. After I bring it down, and just going to manually kind of constrain it to that layer. So this is gonna take a while, and I will be right back after I do that for all the layers. So all this effect, put it on the hair layer, and then I'm gonna duplicate this, one for the face, one for the torso, and then duplicate this effect down to the bottom, and so on and so forth. So this is gonna be a long process, but this is a kind of a good way to just play around with the lighting and then kind of just apply whatever change you did to the layers, the individual layers. But yeah, it's gonna be time consuming. Basically just gonna go ahead and constrain each down. I mean, I haven't really found a better way of doing this other than what I'm showing you guys now. Probably, you know, if you're savvy in the code department, you could probably write a code for this. I think there is an option, there is a tool for that in Photoshop. Like, you can just do a history and then record the steps and then play those steps and Photoshop do it for you, but I forgot how to do it. I do remember learning that in school, but kind of forgot about it. Come on. Oh wait. Okay, there. So we're gonna go one by one. I'll be right back after I finish all the merging. Alright guys, so I'm back and I have merged down all the effects to their individual layers. So now that I have done that, I'm going to start refining a bit more. So yeah, it looks a little messy, but I kind of like the, I guess I kind of like the more prominent changes and contrast and stuff, even though at the beginning I was like I was gonna go for more subtle rendering, but I just can't help myself. I always end up doing something crazy. Well, at least it's hard for me to keep it simple, let's just say. Not sure if that's a good thing or not, but sometimes I wish I wouldn't spend so much time on rendering, because I have so much stuff I want to do, but rendering just takes a long time. But maybe one day I will develop like a special style that's a little rougher, but we shall see. Anyways, now that I've done that, excuse me. Now I have done that, I'm gonna start rendering some of these area a bit more seriously. So pull out that lasso tool and start really carefully clean areas up. And I have created another layer so that I in case I mess up, I can easily correct that. So this white bit of the outfit is in the shadow. So I'm gonna be using a bit of yellow and a bit of blue. I kind of want to see what would happen if I use a very intense blue. Also, gonna add some wrinkles here where there's a fold, I think. I keep it a little bit straighter. I guess I'll just do that. And oh man, it's not super clear the patterns of the white lace, so I'll just winks it, or how do you say it? Like just what's the saying? Just kind of give it a shot and hope for the best. What is that saying? I forgot. I might have to interpret this part. Oh gosh. There. White fabric here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think I kind of got it wrong, but let's just do this for now. Okay, this part is actually a lot bigger on her chest. See, now I knew I messed something up, so drag it down. Also, this part is a lot bigger as well. Like this, and also it is a transparent dark fabric, so we're gonna have to paint a bit of the anatomy in here so that it feels like it's translucent. Okay. Don't worry about me, I'm just gonna struggle to get this right. Her chest design is definitely has a lot of details, and usually when it comes to stuff like that, preferably I'd like to have a reference right on my second screen so I can kind of look back to it every now and then, make sure it's in the right direction. Let me go ahead and let's go ahead and do that. Maybe not. I need to make sure the neck part is properly isolated. Oh, it's kind of okay. 2, 3. And this is also translucent dark translucent fabric, transparent fabric. Oh my gosh, it's a little kind of tricky. Okay. Guess I can try to handle it myself, and trying to follow the actual design is not translating so well on my end. Okay, and got oh wait. I guess I'll go with this. Redo the lace here. Make it a bit more I don't know, more pedal focused, and it has to be more prominent as well. Prominent, oh my god, why is this so difficult? Okay, you know what? I'm going to bring this back up again. Copy. Bring that up. I think it's supposed to be... No. Keep it like that. Let's gradually do this. Add the impression for the clavicle. Just gonna shade it. And then this part is sheer fabric, so I'm gonna have it fairly translucent. And then we have the lapels. And we get the trimmings and a little bowl. I'm gonna go ahead and add some full definition. Nothing too serious just yet. And gonna start by adding some markings for the design. And we have fabric down here. Well, it's kind of slightly different from where I have it, but I try to play around with her top here is quite unique in design. Azurling always has the best, I would say one of the best fan service outfits. Pretty good, I like it. And I'm gonna go for a nice blue. Even this is a bit too abrupt, it needs to be a little softer and more integrated. But other than that, let's go for the lace design. Like that. Let's merge stuff down so that I can easily edit. So once I have the lace down, I'm going to go ahead, and render this out a bit. So the chest, I would like it. Let's make it a little darker and have it use a slightly different color here. Let's go for a yellow. And then gradually I have the highlight there. And I guess I will add the little tab onto the outfit. And this part is mostly gold, so I can go ahead and for gold I'm gonna go for a kind of darkish color because I'm going to be adding highlight later on. And then as for the chest, just kind of clean that up. And of course, gotta make this part a little darker now because of the skin tone. But probably gonna make it lighter right after. Because the fabric is a little lighter, so add some wrinkles. And gonna add a bit of highlight on this side, on the chest part. Go back here, render out this side of the chest. Kind of want to do like maybe the white part there is tighter on the boob than the part that's draping on it. Let's see if that would work. Just going to delete. Okay, maybe I can have this part be like a lace design. I know it's not like that in the official design, but I wonder if it would make it look a little more interesting. And of course, gonna get a bit of the skin tone in. Let's see how that works. So I'm gonna just put in some of the details. Where's the nip? So that I can do a bit of a landmarking. Okay, this is where the highlight is supposed to be. I'm gonna go ahead and darken that up. Add a bit of pink to that side. And in general, just add a bit of pink on top here too. Going to cut it here so that it's gonna feel tight against the skin. Flip it. Okay, now that I flipped it, I can kind of have a look bit more look-see. I'm going to add a bit of shadow underneath this part, this chest. Keep the highlight here. Select around here. Add the shadow again around. There. And let's blend some of these areas in. Okay. Oh wait, this part crooked. Let's bring that down a bit. So we're just gonna slowly, this part, I'm going to bring a bit of light, slowly render it out, add a bit more lace detailing. Add some highlight to this side, and highlight to this side of the lace, because we got lighting coming from there. So I mean there as in right. Always gotta think when I think about direction, but yeah, coming from the right. So I'm always kind of thinking about that and making sure that's what I do. And small details like that that will make the fabric look thick and make the fabric look like it's got volume and resting on the skin. Otherwise it will it'll just look like at least in my mind it's gonna look too sharp pretty much. Let's go here. Add a couple more lace detail, and over here the lace will be kind of in shadow because it's dipped now. So this part needs to be done properly. Hopefully I get it right. So we get the shadow, in these areas. Gonna go ahead and paint the little bow tie here. Is supposed to be gold, but I'm gonna just use the dark color for now and layer on the highlights later on. And over here, let's go ahead and start refining. And this part needs volume, so I'm gonna use a highlight to make that apparent. Same here, so I'm gonna just add a bit of a darker hue for the lace base. Now just kind of cleaning up and making sure this is where the nipple is, right? So I'm gonna have to make sure I render it with that in mind. Just gonna add a bit of highlight there, Let's go with a bit of a beigey color. And then add a bit of yellowish tone under. I wonder how it would look with a bit of shadow. Okay. I can erase a bit of it, you know, just to bring back what I had before. So that I can kind of make sure I don't change it too much. Over here, add a bit more shadow. There's need a bit of lighting here. I mean, yeah, highlight here. Let's add some highlight. Probably gonna have to kind of shade it a little bit to match what I did with the chest. So this part is gonna have to be darker. Copy paste, dark. Gonna make it a little darker and with highlight underneath so that it matches. And of course we have this part is gonna be hanging. Just gonna reuse whatever I did on the other side there. Quick establish the details. I'm just going to look at what I did for the other side, and as always I will be doing the shiny gold material separately later on. Just going to refine the chest area. So yeah, as you can see, I did change the lighting a bit. I'm gonna try to bring that back. Just going to select underneath the lace and add shadow first. And for this side, just gonna start scribbling a bit of silhouette for the lace. I'm using the airbrush for most of these areas just to have it be quite soft and not too sharp. But I'm using airbrush with a pretty small brush, so it doesn't look overly soft. Just going to make sure this flap is somewhat darker than the highlights of the mesh sheer fabric. I'm going to add the green hue along this side. Add a bit of skin tone after. Just gonna layer it. Okay, I think it's getting somewhere, so it's a more refined, but I end up losing some of the colors that I kind of liked before, so gonna go back in, add a bit of yellow here. Let's see, what else did I lose? I lost a bit of blue, so going back with a bit more blue. What else did I lose? Mostly the shading on the chest. So I think what I will do now just gonna select those colors and create another layer. I'm just going to try to kind of see if I can put back some of that intense shadow color. Let's make it a little more subtle. Take this color, bring it down. Oh, hold on now. You know what? I'm just going to copy this whole thing, paste it on top, and reduce opacity. So I'm just gonna paste the old painting on top of the new painting and make it kind of subtly go away, or erase it subtly. Okay. Alright guys, so I did do some work off camera just to speed things up. Most notably, I worked on the face, as you can see. Still kind of rough, but I think, well, I mean, I guess I went for a more semi-realistic face, but I still wanted to keep the proportions somewhat like the character. And also I worked on the chest area a little. So this was what I had before. Then I painted over it. And then this is the new one, which is reduced the size a little. And also I made the chest closer together. So that's pretty much what I did. Also I made her a little bit, you know, thinner, because I don't know, maybe I'll make her thicker later on, but this is what I have. Maybe nah, I'll just keep it like that. So yeah, that's pretty much what I did. Oh yeah, I also worked on the shoulder a little. As you can see, it's a little bit more smoother, but I'm gonna be reworking this area anyways, the arm area anyways, so just wanted to get a bit of rendering done for the shoulder. But yeah, let's get started. Let's get started on the rest. Okay, so the hand is kind of tricky. I actually took some reference pictures because not super sure about it, but definitely looks a lot different than what I have here. So yeah, let's get started. I'm going to take out the arm and just going to start doing the hand. So first thing I noticed while doing the little reference is that well, maybe I need to remove the chest part, so kind of like this, since she is sort of slightly in a top to down view with a bit of perspective, so I took a reference of that, so it looks more like this. So we got the arm squished together. Got the little elbow here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to do a fairly quick job of establishing what I kind of want. Hold on, let me pop back the preview, I mean the reference. And then I have the hand here. The hand is gonna be wearing a glove. white glove. So I'm just going to refine the arm a bit more, so it's actually gonna, I guess, end up looking like that. But we can't really see what's going on behind the chest, but yep. Okay, now I'm just gonna line what's going on. So we got the little thumb. Finger 1, 2, 3. One here. Gotta count the fingers. 1, 2, 3. One more finger. Or I'm gonna end up with 6 fingers again if I don't count. That happened to me a couple of times. It's okay though. Then just going to kind of tweak around with the glove and start adding some shadow as well as shading on the hand too. Go ahead and add a bit more shadow around that area. Just kind of blended it in now. Take a shaded color, just pick whatever random color that's already there that I think fits. And just kind of shade it. Okay, so that's the first hand. Remove that. Let's select this whole shoulder and play around with the contrast a bit. Just trying to make the shoulder in general a little darker from the chest, so the chest stands out a bit more. Okay, and now onto the other side. So the other side is pretty similar. Gotta have that squished arm look. Oh, hold on. Just using the airbrush to make a fast, quick paint over of the idea. Got the squish here, the squish line between this arm and that arm. And I'm gonna be adding some warm tone here. Let's go ahead and add a bit more warm tone around here and then transition that into a cool tone. Let's go ahead, extend the hand, and this is where the glove is. Okay, actually this part probably needs to be a little bit higher, and then we have the hand Oh, the glove. There. I'm just gonna go ahead and add a quick shadow for it. Let me pop back the chest. So, okay, that definitely looks a lot better than what we had. Now that I read, oh, wrong layer. Wrong layer. Now that I redid the hand, I'm just gonna remove the arm layer. So this is the arms before, arms after. It just, to me, it makes a little bit more sense. And I'm probably going to add a bit of volume here. Add a bit of highlight here. Just kind of want to give the shoulder some dimension from the top. Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave it for now and work on the rest of her body, just to kind of not stick on one area for too long. Just gonna bring up that reference. Okay, also I need to flip this in order to work on the body. Okay. Let me go ahead and kind of bring this in a bit. There, I think that looks a bit more even. So I flipped it and it felt a little bit uneven to me, so that's why I did that. Maybe here. Make it a little higher, maybe. Feel like the neck area is a little, needs to be tilted a little over. There. That looks a little more even. I also feel like I might need to create another hair layer and have some of the hair kind of cascading over the shoulder a bit. Gotta have a bit of overlap for the hair. And I believe if I do this, there's gonna be some good room for shadow detailing on the shadow, because then I can play around with the shadow of the hair casted on the shoulder itself. I need to refine this area. It looks like a blob right now. Go to the shoulder. That can kind of start doing this, add some interest on the shoulder area. Kind of trying to see if I change the lighting a little, how is it gonna look? I feel like I need to bring the head up a bit for it to not feel awkward. Bring the head up a bit. Clean up a bit. Go back to the bottom layer. Okie dokie. So, time to work on this dress. I'm gonna try I'm gonna try to keep it close to the lighting that I already have, but don't know if I can, how close I can keep it, because once I start refining, you know, some of those details are gonna be gone. Just gonna add a bit of highlight. Just going to add that shine onto the dress. This is where we have that design. It's actually pretty interesting design. Oh, it's a rose. Roses are one of my least favorite things to paint. But let's do it anyways. Might as well, you know. If I guess if I was feeling a little lazier, I'd probably, you know, take a photo stock and do a bunch of edits to it and then plop it onto the dress. But let's see if I can make this work. As you can see, I'm definitely not the best at painting roses, so therefore I usually tend to use photo stock, but let me try to see if I can do something here. You know, because it is quite zoomed in. Maybe once I zoom out, then some of these questionable details will be hard to see. So I'm just kind of sketching out the rose design and, you know, cleaning it up a bit against the fabric. Okay, there's gonna be a line all the way down here. So we got the gold trim all the way up there, like that. Little by little, I'm going to be able to make this look a little less awkward. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not too bad once I zoom out. Let's go ahead, add a bit more highlight to some of these areas. Go ahead, add the shadow. Kind of contour the anatomy a bit. And oh yeah, where did I put the belly button? I think it's supposed to be around here. So her belly button is slightly visible in the design, in the original design. I mean, if I can make it work, I'm going to have her belly button showing through her dress. Let's try to do a bit of anatomy here, so get a bit of the rib cage lighting here. And so we got the lighting around this parts. I guess I can go ahead and add the highlight around the belly button. Not sure. Let's try it out. Nah. Let's just not do that. Let's go back. Go back to how things were. Redo. I mean undo, sorry. Okay. So I'm getting, let's focus all the wrinkles closer to her stomach area. So I'm going to redo the lighting a bit. Still, I need to make sure these areas are darker for sure. Let's add a bit more contrast. Bit more wrinkles around the belly button. And I'm gonna have a bit of highlight right where the belly button is at. Okay. Maybe I can add a bit of a tab here. And I'm going to put back the line real quick. Just to have the detail there. Let's go ahead and also kind of paint the trim to the shadow going on the dress. So got the dark portion, light portion of the dress, and I just follow through on the golden trim, at least for now. Okay. Actually I should have done this in reverse. I mean, because of the lighting. So we're gonna have highlight here, shadow here, and highlight here. Just trying to figure out what is the best look for her. And then we have the dress cascading nicely on her figure. Shadow on the top, highlight towards the bottom. That is the theme I'm going for. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm liking where this is going now. Still, I would like to further improve the face as soon as I can. And just gonna continue with some more wrinkles, folds here and there. Alongside making the fabric somewhat translucent here. Let me go ahead and add the fabric all the way down here because her dress is a square cut towards the bottom, so gotta have that cut done properly. Get that edge properly done, and just line it with the golden trim. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's go. I'm gonna have to take a closer look. Okay, it's a lot more detail than I thought on her dress, but at least I gotten somewhere. So I'm gonna zoom in here. She's got some cute little butterfly design here where can see a bit of skin, which is the kind of design that I like. I like to paint anatomy, so if that happens to be also smexy, then that's a plus in my books for male and female characters. It's always fun to paint anatomy. Okay, there's 2 butterflies, so one up there, one down here, and it is gold trim. I mean in gold. Just gonna go ahead and paint that. It's kind of hard to see. It's blended into the skin, so I'm going to line it. There. Okay, there's some line action going on over here too, and thick line. Just gonna make this line a bit thicker, followed by a thinner line. I might have to refine that bit. There. Now that that's done, I mean, it's not like this detail you can see it too clearly. It's very, very small. You probably can only see if you zoom in. After I do the butterfly detailing, I will go ahead and add some stress ripples. I mean stress folds alongside where the butterfly is at, or converging towards the butterfly. There. Yeah, it's starting to get there. Oh. And bring the highlight all the way up. So this side is actually a little bit more complicated. So we got the thick trim. And that thick trim will extend all the way on the outer edge of the fabric as well. Okay. Other than that, there's actually a bunch more detail on the leg. But before that, I'm going to flip going to the bust layer. I'm going to actually go ahead and remove. Oh, whoops. Cut this off. Paint that back. I remove a bit of the skin layer so that the fabric can extend upwards a bit more. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and extend that up a bit. Like that. Bring this trim down. Okay. Let's merge down now, and I'm just gonna take a look here. Kind of want to make this a little bit more straight. like this. And make it fold ever so slightly from the legs, from the leg being raised and all. Just going to paint the shadow to complement the leg posture here. I'm going to select a darker color to emphasize the leg. The leg raise might be a bit too curved. Maybe like have it like this. And just going to subtly add the blend it in and stuff. And go here with the stocking. Gonna go with a white trim here, highlight the bottom. I want to add a bit of yellow actually. And the rest of the leg. Bring a bit of the skin tone in as well, and then have the outer trim highlighted. Okay. That's that leg. I'm trying really hard not to make the leg too thick. Need a bit of hip detailing here, so let me think how it's gonna look. So guess we're gonna have highlight towards the bottom and then shadow towards the top, so get a bit of hip definition like that, I guess. And flip it again. Alright guys, so we're back. Went ahead and did a bit more work on the face. Nothing too major, kind of just softening up the features a bit. And also I quickly worked on a bit of the leg, so we can continue with that after, as well as I extended the canvas slightly. So before it was like this, now it's like this. So yeah, that's where we are, and let's go ahead and continue. I promise I'm gonna work on the face a little bit on camera. That's gonna be later on when I do when I start doing the details and stuff. But before that, I want to work on the legs a bit. As you can see, this is the work I did, kind of just softening up the leg and all. I am making a concerted effort to not paint too thick. So this is kind of new for me. Normally it probably make her a bit thicker, but I'm trying something new here. And the other leg. So before I used to paint the proportions of the character a little thicker, right? And after I started to really kind of observe, you know, certain photos, and I was shocked by how skinny their legs were. I mean, they didn't look like too skinny, but compared to my legs, the legs that I paint, it was quite thin. So therefore, I am trying to make her, in this piece, the legs a little bit thinner than how I usually would paint the legs, just, you know, just to see how that would look. And also with some of the art, character art that I see from some of these amazing artists, I'm kind of like, wow, their legs are, the way they paint legs, I mean, their characters are not like skinny, for like super skinny, but the way the legs are quite thin compared to how I paint the thick legs. So yeah, I'm trying not to paint too thick. But yeah, I kind of like this. I think this is a good thickness, maybe. But no matter what, she's gotta have she's gotta be busty. Also, I try not to paint too busty as well. I kind of went down a couple sizes. But yeah. So I'm gonna merge down now. Excuse me. Okay, now let's zoom in here. Gonna zoom into the dress and try to add some more details to it. But first I gotta make sure that it's right, the right what's it called, the right, covering the right amount of skin. Yes, I think that should do. Let me zoom in here, get some of that detail. So I'm gonna focus a lot of detail towards the area where there's the most lighting, so it's going to reflect a lot more lighting compared to the rest of the trimming area, and this is where we can get a nice sense of a nice part of the details. And at the same time, I have to make sure that the trim is actually following along the folds of the dress, so gotta make sure of that as well. I'm also trying to still adding shadow to the dress, maybe just a little darker, because her dress is actually a little darker than what I have her, the way I shaded it. So just trying to make the dress slightly darker, not, you know, too much, but needs to be a bit more, so I add that in shadow. Let's go ahead here, add some more light source. Oh, maybe that might be a bit too much light. Definitely needs to be add a bit more shadow in some of these areas. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit more highlight in some of these areas of the trim. I'm gonna try to kind of follow along the ripples here too, actually. Just to get some of that consistency and follow through of the shadow and all. Because we gotta have that. There we go. Add back the highlight. I'm just going to align some of these areas well. As you can see, it's kind of messy, but you know, having that messy detail zoomed out looks pretty not too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah. And just going to highlight the butterfly a bit. Add some shine to the trim on that side, and then on the bottom butterfly, and then around this area. And I totally forgot to match it to the shading of the fabric, so I'm gonna do that now. Highlight here, bit of highlight there, and the rest not so much, but I think I also should darken the fabric as well. Like that. Okay, that side is kind of done-ish, just a bit more refining. Just gonna go back to using the airbrush to blend it in. Airbrush is pretty good for fabric folds and stuff like that. Something soft. Something where you need, I mean, when it comes to a soft material or skin, airbrush is pretty good. In general, just trying to make the gradient soft and non-abrupt, because in realistically, shadow is in general quite soft if you zoom in 100%. It's not super sharp, at least that's how I interpret them. So I use a lot of airbrush to blend and maintain a certain amount of sharpness using you know, lasso tool and the solid round brush. Okay. Try to make this part a bit cleaner, and making sure it's not too much, you know. Okay, now this side. This side also needs, the fabric just needs to be a bit darker. Just gonna go ahead and gradient that. Using the lasso tool help me with a sharper shadow here. I think that should do it. Well, I guess she's not wearing it. Oh wait, she does. I was like, maybe I paint her without underwear. On second thought, maybe not. Let's rotate real quick. Okay. It's not too bad. Gonna go over here and blend that out. The legs are okay. Just going to multiply and add a tiny bit of shadow, especially here. Merge down, so got the legs somewhat completed. Copy paste. Oh. There. Gonna create a new layer, and I just wanna see if I can add a bit of additional detail, like this area. Just add some shadow, trying to make sure that it's clear that it's skin here. Okay, I think that should do. Okay, there's some more details on the dress. I'm gonna go ahead and there's two more trims around this area. Oh, there's no gold trim on the bottom. And one more. Like that. So I'm going to erase the gold trim at the bottom of the fabric. There. Oh gosh. Oh, it's a little wonky. Gonna add some shadow, hopefully that'll make it not look too wonky. Add some shadow to that area too. Okay, let me merge down now. Okay. New layer. Gotta make sure that the shape here is clear, so that both legs look like they're kind of the same thickness, you know? Just cleaning up the shape here a bit. Probably need to be a bit more. Let me go ahead and extend the highlight over a bit more. Okay, I think that's more like it. So now it's a bit more clear. Go back here, clean that up. New layer, and let's go ahead and paint that, what's it called? Garter belt thing. It's actually like this. It's a very interesting garter belt design. I've never seen it. And of course, I want to kind of make sure it's kind of strapped in a way that looks good. Get something like that. Actually, this part probably needs a bit of drape around here. Because right now I'm seeing here it's kind of a bit too high compared to the side. So just adding some additional fabric here. Okay. Now back to the straps here, so actually let me highlight this side. Same with here, just highlighting this side. There. After I highlight that, I'm going to add a bit of indentation where the flesh, her leg is being tightened around the straps. This side. And again on this side. Let's go ahead and brighten the straps a bit more. And on this side, get a button here. Let me remove part of it. Just add a hook here. Probably should be kind of making the stocking pull upwards a bit, so I'm gonna change the shape slightly, making it seem like it's pulling up slightly. Go ahead, I'm gonna use a white color. I just wanna give a bit of kind of like that shine on the stocking. I might do that later. That's just additional detail, I guess. But first I gotta get the fundamentals right. I'll do the other part later. Let me add a tiny bit. Actually, I'll do that later. I was gonna add a bit of the skin tone. Now onto the side. Before that, I want to flip the canvas. Yep. Still gotta make sure this part is clear. Gotta make clear the thickness of each leg. Go ahead, delete that hook, and this side, I'm just gonna start adding some shadow in some of these areas. And the other side will be darker. Just gonna add a tiny bit of it. Tiny bit of shadow on the other side. Okay, so this is the strap. I'm just gonna have it on a separate layer because I'm not sure if I want to commit to merging it down just yet. I guess, okay, that should be it for the bottom area. Let's go ahead and work on the shoulder and the hands. I want to see how it would look if I just kind of make her a little thicker. The strap really accentuates the hips. I don't know if I like that. Maybe if I like maybe if I change the position of the straps. Make it straighter. Or actually, move it this way altogether. That just means that I have to kind of do a bit of garter belt work. I don't know. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm not super sure if I like the garter belt too much. Probably not. I might remove it. Or at least let me remove this. Invert, add a bit of shadow. Yeah, I think maybe I'll just do that. Delete. And have somewhat of a garter belt looking thing here. Or the red ribbon there. And let me see how this would look. I guess this is okay. Inverse, add a bit of shadow, highlight, shadow on this side, highlight on this side. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll just keep it like that for now. Okay, next part to work on. Actually, before that, probably work on this area a bit. Liquefy. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. And go into color balance. Make it a little warmer. I mean, make the color a little warmer. Oh, I'm gonna have to select the skin. I mean, the leg separately from the outfit and do it. Okay, I want to have this leg just be a bit stronger where the crotch line is, you know. There. And also the stocking, I want it to be a little bit brighter. There. And let's go here, color balance. Oh wait, before I do that, select the skin real quick, copy paste, and then I'm going to change the color. Just have the skin tone be a little bit warmer. Merge down. So we got the straps. I'm just going to make it a little bit brighter. Okay, now let's move on to the top or something, or even the shoulder. Just kind of trying to place it properly. Alright guys, so as you can see, I went ahead and kind of did a rough blocking of where I want the fabric to be. So to best frame her pretty much, and also kind of worked on the legs a little bit, not too much. As you can see, it's pretty much the same thing. Worked on the shoulder a bit. Basically just changed the color of the lighting here to a beigey color. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, kind of like the before. Oh well. Okay, let's go ahead and render out the arm. Okay, I'm ready. Let's work on this hand first. Oh. And I'm going to make a new layer. Just to be safe, you know. I'm gonna go ahead first with lining the hand and finger so I can have a guide. And you know what, instead of doing the other fingers, I'm going to start rendering out the fingers as I oh wait, why is it not? Oh, that's why it's on color. I was like, why is it not painting right? It's because the layer mode was different. Just gonna do each finger and one more finger, and this time I'm making sure that I don't, you know, make too many fingers, cause you know, you guys know the story. I'm going to now cut that, bring it down a little, bring it down so it feels like it's closer to the palm here. Delete. And I'll continue the rest of the finger refining. Gotta make sure that I'm gonna have a look here, making sure that the hand isn't too small. That's another issue that I have. think a few of my feedback that I get is that my hand sometimes is too small, so gotta keep an eye out for that, so that, you know, my hands aren't too tiny and stuff. I've been kind of reading the feedback and stuff, you know, criticism with like good feedback, good criticism, so every time I receive that, I will keep that in mind. You know, hopefully I won't forget, and if I don't forget, I usually try to keep an eye out for the issues that I have. So right now is still the painting phase of the glove. I'm just layering out this finger. Need to be a little bit lower. So as I was saying, just refining the hand with basic lighting and shadow, and then after I'm gonna try to be a little more fancy, adding some different tones into the glove. But anyways, clean this area up. Go ahead, add some more wrinkles. I want to give the glove some additional details, like glove lines. This usually just give it that extra detail, like, hey, this is glove. Just have that seam. Usually adds that extra detail to make the piece look a bit more realistic. It's the small details that makes the difference, I think. Well, not all the time, but most of the time. Just going to go ahead and increase the contrast of the shadow by making the highlight brighter. I did not finish my sentence, so it didn't really make sense. And now for here. Get the hand tendon going. Blending that in. Same with here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to refine the elbow down here, or at least gonna add shadow up to here, and then have highlight grays under the arm. That means I'm gonna go ahead and line this with a outer rim of shadow. Okay, let's see what else. Okay, let me go into color. I'm going to change the color here slightly to a bit more the same color as the chest. Before it was a little bit more yellow, so now it's a bit more pink. Yeah, unlock the layer. Okay, I think that should do it. Go back here and clean up the squish of the arm here. Make it dark where the fold is. Inverse. Block in the layer. And going to multiply. And just kind of graze shadow. Kind of looking back and forth here. Let me add a bit more here on this side. Now onto the glove. So the glove really isn't in too much highlight. There's not actually I guess I could put this part in highlight. Copy paste, make it a little brighter. Actually nah, shouldn't. It shouldn't. Okay, I'll just keep it like that, and I'm going to add a bit of different colors to the glove, so a bit of yellow, a bit of pink from the background, and it's going to dodge, and I want to see how it would look if I kind of highlight it with intense blue around it. Honestly, it's alright. I'm just going to highlight each finger. Nothing too much too different. And then at the very edge of the hand, hold on, let's go for a yellow at the very edge. Should I do it? Actually, nah, let's leave it like that. And make it a little darker too, with cooler tone at the edge. Just trying to figure out what is the best lighting for this area, because it is sort of in shadow, so maybe a little bit duller over here compared to the other side. That's how I'm thinking. That means let's go ahead and add a bit of highlight there, contouring the shoulder blade. Something like that. Let's add a tiny bit of highlight there. Rotate the canvas. Okay, I think that makes more sense. That this part is in shadow. The lighting is kind of like this. Let me go ahead and add a bit more shadow over here to highlight the anatomy of the shoulder. Trying to figure out the right amount of shadow to light ratio. Just gonna select this side real quick. Add highlight there. And then blend that in. I'm going to just change the intensity a bit. Nope. I have to make this side a little darker, I think, and try increasing the light coming from the bottom. I think maybe that's the way to go. So I'm basically trying a bunch of stuff. A bunch of lighting direction for the arm on this side. Yeah, I think this is probably the best, I think. Whew. Increase the intensity a bit, or the contrast. Let's go with this for now. I'm kind of just I've been working on this for a bit too long, because off camera I did spend quite a bit of time just to kind of speed things up, and even with that, it's still miles away from being complete, pretty much. Let's go ahead onto this side. So this side, I'm gonna try to keep it fairly saturated. Let me... Oh. Let's give this side a bit more shadow here. And then a bit more armpit wrinkle, I guess you could say. I always focus on that armpit wrinkle. Okay. I kind of want to bring more highlight over to this side to maybe kind of extend it over a little. Gotta highlight the lace here, and after I do that, then I can sort of add some highlight here, and even that I think need to be gotta be careful with this, because I need to make sure that the chest is properly shaded, otherwise, you know, it's gonna look lopsided. So I'm just gonna test out. This is where the nipple is. Maybe if I add shadow here. Like that. maybe add some shadow, gradient, shadow, like this. And then bring the highlight downward. I'm going to try it out, see if it works. Well, sometimes, you know, I try it out. I kind of depend on my gut sometimes when it comes to just experimenting in general. I'm gonna go here, select a paler color. Here, I'm gonna use a yellow tone. So there's supposed to be shadow all the way down to here. Okay, so we got this chest like this. I think it needs to be slightly darker around here. Copy paste and darken. I think that should do it. Okay, let me rotate it, see how that looks. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. Bring the lighting a bit up. And maybe actually even, copy paste. Play around with the way it drapes on the chest. Okay, I need to move this up a bit. Bring up the shadow. Maybe make it shaded like this. Just experimenting with that different shading and stuff. Let me rotate to see how that looks. Nah. I think I need to edit it further. I'm gonna go ahead and fix fix some of these areas. Maybe keep it like that. Keep a bit of highlight here. Just going to add a tiny bit of highlight there. Bring the highlight of the lace over just a bit. Same for this area. Just to kind of justify this bit of lighting here. Guess kind of like this. Yeah, this looks better. Well, this edit. Merge down. Okay, I think this will be the... Oh wait, hold on. Nope. I'm literally trying a bunch of stuff to see which version is the best. Yeah, I think this. Man, this is hard. Looking back and forth and stuff. Sorry, it's going so slow. Sometimes it's pretty much like this when I paint. Okay, let's merge down. Okie dokie. Why do I have the urge to make her chest droop a little bit more? Make the head go up a bit. Okay, let's work on the hand next. Alright guys, so off camera real quick, I brought the chest up a bit, so it's kind of hard to notice, but I guess it is hard to notice, never mind. But as you can see, there is a bit of change here. I brought it up a bit, but I guess... damn it, it's like nothing changed. But yeah, as you can see, I tried to bring it up. I guess I have to make it a little... But yeah, I wanted to bring up the chest a bit, but it didn't look like it was a lot of change. Let me go ahead and bring this down a bit. Definitely didn't look like too much has changed. Go ahead and bring down the head as well. But yeah, that's basically what I did. Just wanted to make the chest slightly smaller, but I don't think it really... I guess I'll go with that, and maybe going here into liquefy and and tweak it a bit. Let's see. Trying to make both sides even. Okay, I guess that's the go to liquefy. I'm gonna go in here and bring it down a bit. Oh. Liquefy again. I'm just gonna tuck this in a bit more. Let's see how that looks. This side is a bit too small now. Okay, let's go back and make this side a little smaller, this side a little bigger. Let's see. This side just a bit bigger. Needs to be a slightly bit bigger. Okay. I guess that should do, yeah, I think now it's more noticeable. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying my best not to make the chest too big. Nope. Warp it a bit. And go back to the shoulder layer where the arms are. I'm just going to go ahead and line that up. Okay. I think that should do. Oh, this one needs to be slightly bigger. But anyways, before I get distracted again, let me work on this arm. I'm gonna have to end up making the hand a little bigger later on that side. Okay, so this hand now, I'm going to bring this down a bit. I've already got a base going on here for the hand, so now I'm just going to try to refine it. So we're gonna keep most of the shadow towards the left, and the right will be where the highlight will be. Gonna go ahead and do a few wrinkles for the thumb, where the joints are. A bit more fold. This is where I see fold on my hand, so I'm just putting a bit more folds there. And then shadow here. And this is where the shadow is. Let's go ahead and render out the first finger. Second finger. need to correct the position of this finger later. I'm just going to use a brighter color here to highlight the finger. And there's gonna be a bit of lighting here, and plus it's gonna frame these two fingers nicely. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit more shadow on this side. Next finger, actually let me just clean up the hand while I render. Next finger is just a little bit protruded compared to the previous one. Same deal, highlight, shadow, highlight on the right, shadow on the left. Actually, even I can bring the shadow up a bit and have the highlight towards the bottom even. Just kind of taking it to the next level kind of deal. Last finger, let me see, 1, 2, 3. Last finger is barely visible actually. And for the thumb, let me just gotta make sure to shape this properly. And then shadow here where the thumb is, the thumb silhouette is at. There we go. And gotta make sure to get the hand silhouette right, so it's gonna go all the way like here. And I'm just going to refine the silhouette a bit more, and take this whole hand here. Oh. Bring the shadow down here, so I'm just trying to figure out the whole thumb. I'm gonna have to bring the shading all the way down here. And we have the tendon down here. And it's gonna twist, the arm is gonna twist slightly this way. I would probably have no idea that the arm would look like this without reference. But yeah, I think if I paint this view enough times, I'll probably know by instinct later on how to paint this type of view, just like a lot of other angles. Just have to practice enough for me to remember, pretty much. Clean that up, and after bring this bring the highlight down and then contour it with a bit of shadow. Bring the shadow all the way down with a hint of gray, and then over here add a bit of highlight. This is where the squish happens. And I'm just gonna line the squish. Go ahead, use the bluish tint, just bring it down, add a slight bit of shadow, very subtle, and bring it all the way down so the arm is kind of twisty like this. That's how my arm looks, so I'm just following along. I use hand reference quite a bit. I just use my hand and do different angles and stuff, and it helps quite a bit. So this is one of the reference. So hopefully it come across looking like, you know, doesn't look too weird and stuff. And then of course we got the little elbow here. Back to the hand. Oh. Let's go ahead and do the squish. Let me lock down the layer. I'm gonna add a bit of rim light here. And clean that up. So yeah, I think I'm going to be making the hand, you know, on both sides just a bit bigger by a little bit. Going to liquefy, and I'm going to go into 900 size. I'm just going to make the hand just a bit bigger. Not too much, because I gotta think that the fist, well, the hand when extended should cover most of her face. So I think that should be the right size. Let me go ahead and make this one just a little bigger. There. Okay, I think that should do it. So this side, the glove needs a bit more work. It's kind of still kind of rough, so I'm gonna go ahead and line the glove, whatever's under it, give it a bit of thickness, and add the additional detail of adding the glove lines, going in with a brighter color. Just gonna go ahead and add some of those ripples from the glove lines. Okay, yeah, it's looking more glove-like now. And let me go ahead and I'm gonna use a bit of this blue here on the shaded area of the glove, and just gonna graze it on the side there, and then gonna use a bit of yellow. I like pairing yellow and blue together in a white material. Oh, actually, it's not looking too great. I think next what I'll do is, let me go ahead and see if I can select that area where the lighting is and just kind of make it a little brighter. Make sure to save. There. And just a little brighter, but it's, I don't know. It's still kind of weird. This might need further rendering off camera. Maybe if I made it a little brighter like that. Okay. Let me add a bit more highlight this side. There. Okay, I think that's pretty good for the two hands. I'm just flipping it back and forth a bit just to have a look, to make sure everything is kind of looking right and stuff. Get a bit more on this side. Actually, let me make this a little bit darker and have a bit of shadow on the thumb a bit. Same with here. Okay, I think that looks better. Okay, now, oh, should probably rename this shoulder. Now onto the bust area. The bust area definitely needs some love now, needs some refining. Alright, finally time to work on the bust. So I'm gonna create a new layer first so that I can start kind of refining without too much worry. So first things first, I gotta make this part a little lighter. I mean sheer. So just adding a bit of the skin tone to that area. Pretty much same on this side. And gonna go ahead and create the swirl pattern. I guess here it's up for interpretation. I'll have to make sure that it matches. So this side is a little bit lower, so just gonna bring that up to match this side. Let me go ahead and clean it up while I'm at it. So okay, remembering that this is sheer fabric also. This part is slightly different. I'm gonna have to line this. So let's go ahead, line this on this side as well. Go ahead and add the round shape. And then onto this side. So I'm gonna go ahead and render the white part out. Actually, it should be, let me go ahead and copy, paste, bring this up a bit so the white part is actually a little bit taller, sitting a little taller on the neck, kind of. Let me go ahead and line the collar. I'm just going to blend it in, and also cleaning up this shape right here. So also skin tone, also a sheer dark fabric. So this is the shoulder blade. I'm just going to bring that in to the piece here. And then this part, just making sure it's nice and clean. Add a bit more wrinkles. This part needs a bit more dip to match the other side. Okay, so I think that should match. Okay, now going back with a darker color, just gonna line the darker rim here a bit more. 1, 2. This side is a little bit bigger here. And I'm just going to add a bit of volume here. Line it with a shadow color, and I'm just gonna go ahead and contour the shoulder shoulder definition. And same here. 1, 2, 3. add the shadow. Maybe I can do like a little detail like this or something, like a little loop. A little loop here. Huh. Oh. Why not? Just to add the cute little detail or something. It's kind of cute. And of course, onto the white part. Let me see if I can layer it. Let's do one. And then we'll do another one over here. And just going to line it or shadow it. Kind of layering it a bit, but I don't think it's giving me the same feel as I want it to. Yeah, it's not too great. Let me go ahead and kind of take that off. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go find a lace for it. Alright, I got some sort of lace here. So in order to extract the lace, I'm gonna have to isolate it against a dark background. So I have to several times kind of play around with the contrast. There we go. And hopefully I can, no, probably not. Then go to blending options, I think. And then remove. Oh wait, nope. I don't think I did it right. Okay, now do it. Going to blending. And kind of just play around with this style until the white is visible as it can without the rest of the background color, and then merge down into a newly created layer, and then extract the white part, bring it over here, and kind of try to incorporate it, I guess, into the design there. Maybe I have to do this. So just kind of warp it in a way that fits. Oh, that fits the color. 100% opacity, and just kind of blend it in a bit with the surrounding colors. So that's gonna be the lace detail. I'm gonna try to keep some of these overlap onto the black swirls and stuff, and just trying to place it in a way, place it properly. Actually, should it be? Maybe it should be a little bigger. Size this up. What? I don't know. I just don't know. Let's go back to what we had and gonna try to pretty much make it translucent. This whole area, make it translucent. Just wanna see how it would look if I did it like that. I'm going to remove the lace from the darker part. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do some, add some, oh my god, it looks, definitely does not look like how I want it to look. I think it was the wrong lace. Yeah, it's not the best lace. Let's lower the opacity. Let's do this. Lower the opacity just a bit. Ooh, I like that. I guess if I make it slightly darker, it adds a nice amount of detail. Extra detail without it looking overwhelmingly bright and kind of, what's it called, scribbly and blotchy. I think this will work better. And so these parts are all lace detail, or sorry, not lace, but mesh. I'm just going to refine it. Gonna include a bit of the skin tone. In here. So I put the skin tone in now. I gotta re-add some of the highlights. Sorry if I sound super slow. I'm a little tired. I might need to go take a nap and come back because it is very, what's it called? I guess you could call it early. It's the next day. But yeah, and going back again with the skin tone, so I'm just gonna stack skin tone and then mesh color and then skin tone again. Sometimes, you know, doing that can yield some interesting results. Okay, let me merge down one more time. Okay, now, merge down one more time, I think, yep. Now, what I'm gonna do, create another layer. Let's go in here. I think I could do some highlighting some of the lace detail, or at least create somewhat of a volume on one side. Just gonna highlight. Hopefully, maybe it's too bright. Let's reduce it a bit. Wait, what happened? Okay, never mind. No, everything's okay. Continue on. The lace detail here. Just gonna add some more skin tone. Same with this part, more skin tone. Let's go ahead and align this. And at the same time, I'm going to just go ahead and render this out a bit. This part. Same with here. Highlight, brighten that up a bit. Add the little bow tie here with the 2 gold trim. And after, I'm just gonna add a bit of highlight to some of these areas to make it shiny and all that. Gonna go ahead and align that. And from there on, I'm just going to refine this area, but especially the lace. So I'm gonna go ahead, add those lace detail, which is pretty much scribbles. Trying to see if maybe I should add a bit of pattern to it, to the scribbly lace, like maybe like little, oh, probably not, just go ahead and clean that up. Same for this side, just gonna clean it up. Okay. Let me bring the highlight through here. Add it onto the lace. So I'm going to select this part, because I do want to add a bit more highlight to this part, the lace. And I'm gonna add a little bit of highlight onto the skin tone as well. Okay. Now for the drape on her chest. Okay. Trying to keep an eye on this. Kind of refining the tag here. It's kind of like a tag. I do want to make the lace kind of wrap around her chest. Kind of like a bra. I know that's not the official design, it's just pretty much covering her boob there. But I want to see if it will look good with it wrapped around her chest. Let me go ahead, take that, copy that, and then bring it over. Darken. And then darken that up. Kind of render it in a way that wraps around the chest a little better. Let's take this. Add that on. Need to make this a little thinner. And make this tilt down a bit, make it a little more even. Get the lace. Going to kind of refine this side now. I guess I'll keep it like that. Alright guys, so we're back. So this is the next day, so I did sleep a little, so hopefully I'll be able to get this done now. So as you can see, I did work on one side of the chest covering, and this is kind of how I did it. I added a bit more detail, like a seam in the center and all that, so yeah, and I did go ahead and refine the gold plating on the bottom. Just gonna bring this in a bit. So basically what I could do is copy paste this on the other side and just paint it in and stuff, but I do want to paint one side on camera, so Oh, I have to fix this, it's messy. So yeah, let's get started. First things first, I did adjust the sizing of these tabs. So I am going to warp the tabs inward a bit so that it's a bit more snug, and paint over anything that is messy. Go ahead and reduce the sizing of that. I'm gonna add a highlight here. And this part is a little bit thicker, which I will change. And also the angle of this tab here is a little more not as pointy, pretty much. So I'm just gonna line it like how I did for the other side, just following that design. And we're gonna get a seam here and seam in the center. And I need to also adjust the size here. So copy paste, warp, just gonna make it a little thicker. Actually, I should excuse me, I should have selected the whole part so that I can adjust it all together. So just going to adjust it to meet the same sort of thickness as the other side, as well as need to correct a few areas too. Let me go ahead and apply the lace, indicate it a bit like I did on the other side. It's just scribbles for now. It definitely needs to be cleaned up a bit more, and even the tags need to be a little bit thicker. And I had this drape go down like this and curve like that, and the fabric goes downward. So I'm gonna take a bit of the highlight. This is gonna be the seam here. Just gonna roughly add a bit of dimension on the other side. So that's first pass. I think I will have to make it just a bit thicker, at least in this area. So copy paste, just going to increase the thickness of that area in particular. And clean up the shape while I'm at it. Add a bit more highlight to that tab side, bring it down. Before, after, blend it down. I'm just going to erase bits of areas over there. Back to the tab here. Gonna use a bit of highlight on the lace part here. And add a bit of wrinkles like I did on the other side. And basically try to blend things in a bit more. Let me go ahead and work on the lace part here. After I get that going, just gonna go into add a bit more smaller details. There. I might need to widen the lace part. Widen it a bit more. And then go back in with the skin tone to paint it. Go back with a brighter color to highlight it again. So I am layering it on bit by bit, kind of. Oh, let me bring this down a bit so both sides are even. Just gonna do a little wrinkle. Gonna add a bit of pink on the bottom area. Go in here with a bit of folds detail. Add a bit of highlight on this side. Bring it down a bit. Okay, I think that matches. Now fixing the tab here. Making sure that it is even. Go ahead and paint the little ribbon. Pick a highlight. Add in the center bit. And add it to the string. Add the highlight of the fabric thickness, just keeping the highlight towards that side since that is my light source direction. There. Okay, and now I am trying to make sure I get both sides of the white part of the covering kind of matching up. So I'm just looking at both sides. And then for the tab, let's go ahead and block it in first. Block in the dark color. and make sure the gold part is even, and then we have a triangle. Match it up with a tab in the center, and then what I did was use a dark color to do the detailing first. There should be one towards the bottom part of the gold tab here, and then we get highlight, so let's use this. I'm gonna keep most of the highlight this way since that is where the lighting is the strongest, and that is the light source. And pretty much I'm going to, oh, let's add a bit of this color on the other side, kind of reflecting off of the environment onto the gold tab. Gonna add some shadow around here, and then add highlight. Now that I have a gradient going, I'm just going to kind of stack on a bit more highlight so that it's shinier. Could probably use a bit more here too. Now that that's done, I'm using the lasso tool to block underneath the tab here. I need to add that drop down shadow. Also gonna take a bit of this. I'm going to lasso behind that tab in particular. Add drop down shadow. Last but not least, there is the detail. For that, I'm just going to add the little attachment tab here, make it a bit more visible, and clean this up a bit. I think it's getting there, just cleaning stuff up a bit at a time. I'm gonna make sure that actually doesn't match up. Just gonna do a before and after and see kind of, I mean, if it, I guess it works. I kind of changed the direction of where the nipple is pointing, so I have to make sure that it still makes sense in the newer version. I feel like this should be a little thicker still. And go ahead and clean this side up a bit. just adjusting it. Adjusting the direction. Let's go onto here. Add a bit of highlight and shadow here as well. Add some wrinkles. I think that should do it. Create a new layer, just I want to bring this highlight up a bit more. Add a bit of this on top. So I do have a highlight light source down here, so I'm gonna see if I can make the bottom of the covering a little brighter as well. And this part I think is supposed to be darker, or that side. Just going to bring back a bit of the shadow. I kind of redid all that work on the side here. Just wanted to see if there's a better way of shading it. Shading the chest, maybe add a bit more highlight towards certain areas and whatnot. So yeah. Okay, I think that should be good-ish. I can go ahead and add some more small detail to this part. Merge down, so before, after. Kind of like how organically curved the before was. Okay, I think I'm gonna merge down and going to liquefy and kind of warp it a bit. Same with here. Okay, now actually I'm just looking at it. Bring this side down a bit. Trying to make sure both sides are somewhat even. Now onto the tab here, so let's go ahead and work on that. It is gold, so let's go ahead, do a little gradient, do the texture. And it does have a knot, and then it's the little bow. attach to the white bowl. Some gradient, so it's gonna go into a tussle, and clean up the shape. It's gonna go between the chest. Block it in. After blocking in, go in to add the details for that. So after that's done, after the base is done, going into layer on and add details. So let's go ahead and add lighting on this side first. I'm gonna add it on both sides actually. So let's go ahead and add it on both sides. I'm going to let's go ahead and lasso this tab. Highlight on this side, shadow, well, highlight on the top, shadow towards the bottom. Same with here to create this part, this side is gonna be highlight towards the bottom tab to create a satiny look. Add a bit of fold with a slightly darker color towards the center. After that, take a bit of time to add some drop down shadow for the tussle and stuff. And also add a bit of highlight to the mesh part. This part will be a bit brighter. And add a bit more shadow from the ornament of the mesh. Try not to make it too dark. Next, add shadow towards the top. And go back on both sides using a much smaller brush to add a bit more highlight. Gonna add it towards the top. There. Okay. Let's have some definite light source. So I'm gonna focus a lot of light on this part. I have this area a bit in shadow, a bit more in shadow, and then let's add some highlight to this part of the tussle as well. Not sure if it's working out too well. Maybe it could be moving a bit. Just trying to give the tussle a bit of movement. I might need to make the mid part a little thinner. Trying to make it a bit more organic looking. It kind of looks a little flat, so add a bit more highlight towards that side. I think that should do it. For some reason, I still feel like it's not detailed enough. I guess I can come back and do another pass at some point. Okay, now time to render the face area. Her hair needs a bit of work for sure. Let me lock this layer for a sec. I wanna add a bit of shadow here. Actually, no. Let's do here. Go back to the bust area. Let me go ahead and I want to accentuate the lighting here. So just gonna emphasize the lighting coming from this side. So I decided to make the that side slightly brighter, just to have that contrast. Zoom in. I'm gonna clean this tab here. I mean clean as in refining. Put a bit of the skin tone in, and I'm just going to imply a bit of lace. Top highlight. This part just needs to be cleaned up a bit. I could copy this and bring it over a bit. And I'm gonna play around with the brightness, maybe make it a little brighter. Make it a little brighter. Make these parts a little brighter too. Maybe add gold trim down here as well. Add the shadow and then onto the lace part. I'm going to add a bit of yellow and then blue, and add a bit of highlight on the black part, the black tabs. At the same time, just gonna go in, clean up some pixels. And then we have gold trim on the black design part. Gold trim it up with a neutral gold color, yellow color, kind of dark or darker yellow color, and so that we can layer on the highlight for the gold. Just increasingly adding highlight with brighter yellow tones. After some highlight, go back in, add a bit of shine, which is adding contrast to the gold trim with a dark color, and just placing it kind of sparingly throughout the design, and layer it on again with the highlight, so kind of going back and forth with highlight and shadow. Just makes it a little shinier. I think that should do. I'm just going to darken this part. Okay, time to get started on the hair. So this is the top hair. There's quite a bit to do. Let me go ahead and flip this back. I'm gonna be following the hair as close as I can for the character. So first we get the covering. Needs to cover the cover on this side needs to extend a bit. Just sometimes I forget to know how to describe the areas I'm painting. And we're gonna have the mid-bang cascade downward. Just going to define the shape a little more. And here seems okay. Now I'm gonna establish how the hair folds. So I'm gonna have two sides covering the mid-bang. So I'm gonna make that obvious, make that clear. Then we have the rest of the area towards the mid. Might have to play around with that so it doesn't look awkward. Let's go ahead and make it clear that it's overlapping first. Inverse selection, using the lasso tool to help me with the hair. Well, a lot of the times I use the lasso tool for the hair. Gonna go ahead, darken that up, and spend a bit of time refining each strand here. This needs to be different. Needs to be a little wider. Like that. Puffier. Actually, I think this part needs to overlap slightly, or at least it needs to move. This part needs to move a little over so that I can have room for the side part. Right now I am fixing the general shape of the bangs. Maybe have a little bit of the side bang poke towards the face. Actually, no, wait. Poke towards the face. Back to the hair. So the mid bang is overlapping everything else, so just gotta make sure to kind of add drop down shadow on both sides from the mid bang. And just gonna add some more details. For this side, so we have the side part. Let's add a bit of yellow on the side part, followed by the side bang. Now it's just time to kind of refine the side a bit. So I'm going to start adding in some shadow. Let's go ahead and add the shadow and highlight. I'm gonna paint some of these strands a little bit curved outwards. And it's just got this bang is slightly longer. Let me go ahead and add the highlight on this side near the tip area. Same with here. I'm gonna have to layer on a few more hair strands later on top. And okay. She's got hair tucked in the back of her ear on this side. So let's go back to the back hair layer. I'm gonna try to make that clear. Use a slightly darker color for the shadow to layer on the direction in which the hair is going to be. And next is to work on the silhouette of the hair. Her hair is slightly puffy on towards the bottom area. So go ahead with base color and then layer it on with highlight. gonna use a bit of shadow to isolate separate batches of hair, and then just kind of going back and forth with highlights and shadow. Let me just bring this out a bit more. And continue to layer on the highlights and shadow. Let me go ahead, add shadow on the outer corner. And again, highlight these batches with lasso tool, apply highlight and then shadow. So this way, slowly I isolate and refine different batches of hair. And that's pretty much how I paint hair in layers. Slowly but surely. Let me go ahead and add a bit of highlight to some of these hair curving inward with a bit of highlight. This side needs to be done differently. The flow of the hair is not right. It needs to be outward a bit more. Go back to the hair layer. Oh, it's the face layer that's kind of sticking out. Okay, there. That's better. Go back to the back hair. Play around with it. Around with the how the hair is. Cleaning it up a bit. And then add on some silhouette. Time for this part. Let's go ahead and start refining this side. Start by kind of editing the flow of the hair, so I'm trying to make it a little bit curved. And let's go ahead, extend some of them downward. That's what I see on the character. Bring down some of the hair. kind of blend a bit of it at the back. I guess that's it for this side. I can select that side and do a final bit of adjusting with the warp tool, trying to get a good amount of base or shape it. Okay. I'm just going to lasso that area and make it a little darker. And this side is supposed to be make the hair slightly shorter. Curve it a little outwards. Okay. So that's the back hair. I have another layer where I have a bit of the hair kind of going over the shoulder. Let's kind of edit this a bit. And add highlight to those areas. Let's go ahead and add some of the blues into the shadow for that area. Let's do another strand sticking out like this. And let's do a little strand sticking out like this way, kind of a rebellious strand, not following the flow and all. Another rebellious strand, some more, and going back to the proper order and stuff. Using a smaller brush, I'm refining some of these areas a little bit. After I kind of rendered it a bit more, I can go back in with the warp tool and tweak around with it a bit. And back to this side. So this side I'm gonna focus on making some of these hair strand curve. I'm gonna select that area, add a bit of shadow. And let's fill in these two areas. Highlight on top, shadow towards the bottom. I'm just gonna try to render it out. Let's go ahead and add some smaller hair strands towards the back. And then select this area. Again, I can warp it a bit to fit the flow that I think is the best for the hair. Go back to the back hair. Now that I have this part of the hair established, I want to go back here to the back side and kind of re-render the back a bit. I wonder how it would look with like a brighter back part, back of the hair, how it would look with a kind of intense rim light in that area. And let me see how we will look if it's... Ooh, her hair is glowing. Let me flip it. See how that looks. Trying to see how the hair looks. Maybe it needs to be shorter. I'm going to go ahead and shorten the hair a bit. Okay, and also the face. I'm going to warp it a bit. Oh, hold on. It needs to be a big brush. I'm just going to make the face a little bit more squished. Just want to see how that looks. Okay, pretty much trying to emulate the anime proportions with a bit of semi-realism. Maybe just a little bit. That way I can sort of make the hair a little bit shorter, I think. Let's bring this up a bit. Back hair, bring it up a bit too. Bring in the hair. Go back to the side. This is where I have to edit the top a bit to make it curve downwards. Oh, hold on. Copy paste this side. Bring that down a bit more. Actually, maybe if I brought this hair outward a bit, so you'll feel that her hair is a little more poofed out, so that it feels more short. Go this side, bring it in a bit. Okay, I just want to... I'm going to kind of start rendering a bit of the hair on a top layer alongside the face. So for the ear, I want it to be not as intense. And I'm going to go ahead and add a bit of shadow around the face, cast down shadow of the face onto the hair so that I can kind of emphasize the fact that the hair is curving towards the face and stuff. And have a bit of shadow. This part is not doing anything, so I'm just erasing it. Bring it all the way up. The hair. Bring this down. Go back to the face layer. I'm just going to bring the head down a bit. Go back to this. Let me clean this area up. There's some leftover pixels. Okay. Rotate. Looking back and forth, I'm just assessing the direction of the hair and seeing what I can do to make it look a little better. This involves kind of warping the hair a good amount until I feel like it is at a good point. Okay. Bring it in. Let's see how it would look. Just slightly brighter. Trying to do the intense rim light thing. That's where it's coming from. Okay. I just want to bring the highlight downward a bit. Then I can go ahead and start refining the shadow and highlight portion. Looking back and forth. Make the head a little smaller. Oh, wait, should I? Playing around with the head. I'm gonna have to remove a bit of that to show the ear. Okay, now I'm gonna add a bit more shadow to contour the bangs covering the side bangs covering the rest of the head. And then let's go ahead and I'm going to actually, before that, add some highlight coming from the side. Blend down, make another layer. I'm going to start sketching out the braids that's on the side here. I'll just do one side and duplicate that sketch onto the other side and place it part of it is kind of hidden behind the both side bangs, so just gonna tuck it in a bit. Just want to have a bit of that detail, not too much. Then adding some highlight to the light source. Add some shadow as well. Remove parts of it. Oh. Now to this side, so just using the highlight from this side of the hair, add the highlight towards the right side of the braid. Take this color, bring it onto the side bang a bit. Just to blend it in, kind of make it nice and even. Take these bright color and just have it towards the top of the hair. Just a small bit of detail that's there. Now that the hair is done, definitely something that I need to adjust, but not sure what. But yeah, this is pretty much the hair. Probably do a bit more rendering later. And gotta add the rose on her hair and work on the drape a little. And that should be it.